What's up, you bitches? We're back at it again with some more, some more Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Ace. What did we do last time? Well, it was a bit of a clusterfuck, I'll be honest with you. It's just so weird. It's so fucking weird. You're gonna have to be there to see it. It's just weird. Like it's just a plot. It's like plot differences at every pull. We find out that Lamar is actually blind, and we find out that Maki, who's supposed to be the blind one, is actually not blind. So for some reason they swapped the roles for publicity, which I don't know why they would. And then we found out Latus is actually an Interpol agent, and he's investigating something, and Darien was supposedly the voice Lamar heard when the gunshots were fired. It's just so fucking confusing. Well, it's not that confusing, but it's dumb. And so we're talking to fucking Emma Watson over here about the murder case. So yippee! I'm at my embarrassment quota for the year. That's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked like that. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. Yeah. I mean, you are correct on that. Of course, you didn't have a problem accusing him before that knowledge, though. Because you still, it didn't really make a difference anyways, because y'all still thought he shot him. That's not how it sounded in Lamoire's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darien's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I mean, she's got a point there. It's always so, it's weird, alright? It's weird. Ugh. I'm about to blow. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to the song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. Well, yeah. I mean, give credit. You gotta give credit for credit. You know? Gotta give credit where credit is karma. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen. And Lamar, okay, yeah, we already know this. Lamar flew through the air. Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire, and in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latus's life. And he went up to the sky with a guitar, well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. You think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. She's just kind of like just fucking talking about nothing. Like, yes, we get it. You're a good girl. Yes, you figured it out. Here's a pat on the head. What else did you find? It's so little, I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. The fuck is that? Is that a bomb? I don't know if that's a bomb, but... What is that? I have no idea what that is. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't found a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looks familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh. Ooh, like on a Beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? Can I look at it? How about this? Oh, maybe we should show her the Switch, since, you know, she's working with us. Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what for, though. A signal. You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing the switch. Ouch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Ah! Well, we know what this is. Well, we now know what this is. An igniter. That's what it looked like. Looks like propane. Propane and propane accessories. This part must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Maybe that was what was in the guitar. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about the Switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. Sure. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here with just you two talking. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for a lighter. Or an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak. Probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lamar's dressing room. That about covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. Kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. What about the guitar? Could you, maybe that's how you know? Yeah. You know? Yeah. Yeah, you know? You know? Yeah. Okay. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a little bit more later. Good luck. I like to know more about the igniters myself. Oh, cool. I get to keep it. Keep it. Look at all that circuitry. Whoa, never mind. All these little parts, pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out. Other than that. Good thing machines run if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. Alright, well. Got that. I doubt she would have anything if she would be in the know-how. How about we go back to the stage, see fucking this goober. See if we can ask him about the igniter. Okay. Never mind. Diagram. Yeah, no, he's got nothing. Maybe someone's in the dressing room? No. Oh, we've already talked about the headset. Oh, okay. What? Come to laugh at the murderer? Tyrion? That old bag opens a mouth hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Tyrion isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid. So, about your alibi. Hey, you'll have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of our third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard the gunshots. And found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on the stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamar's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? Doesn't that make it even more suspicious that she recognized your voice despite you not prior meeting? They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? You can be such a stick in the mud. Is your Gavin a stick in the mud? They may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? You mean the thing with the mixing board? And then there was the performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Tyrion! He's just a perfectionist, is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gavineers are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see a prosecutor's office. Yeah, that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, all right? Oh, and screw you. And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Yeah, he was getting a little scary, wasn't he? Scary man! Alright, let's go by Gavin's office. Gee, good lord, it's a fucking mess in here. So, this is it. The Gavineers' head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet-like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so I won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? You'd make a good reporter. For a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why is he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Latouche? Look, don't talk to me about the Borginians, alright? Just give me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya. Tee. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way do I go? Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, Airforehead? I read the funnies. Of course you would. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Oh, does it have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there, too? Ah, yes. The Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. So, though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Borginium could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. the journalist didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Lamoire's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lamoire was an invited guest, so it's a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. Man, I wish I could read fucking Islamic. I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamoire, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone to tour Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lamoire's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she likes the work I did, and we wrote a song right there, backstage. Marky on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on guitars that I borrowed from Lamoire. The music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump. It's a piece of history. And it's only browned, not really charred. No matter. I should never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar. I wouldn't have used that guitar either. Even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your slightly burned guitar. I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of the I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh? Did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up were intriguing. Intriguing? How does guitar tie into everything that went down? Sounds like we should ask about it. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman of Lamoire. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made it a present of it. So this guitar is from Borginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamoire's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it up right up. God damn it! They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. Too bad it got burned. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called a sound hole. Oh, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes. This, in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Oh, that device looks strangely familiar. Yeah, probably because it's the fucking igniter. Damn, this thing is fucked up. There's lightly scorched, and then there's this. It's burned clean through. Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo. Which part, the burned clean through or the useless piece of junk? Oh my gosh, dude. Trucy, please. Trucy, calm down. She is such the fucking shit talker. It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar? Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lamar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. It's the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? About this remote. Wait, excuse me, did you say something? This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. It's too early to show my hand now. You would think someone with such a loud voice would speak more clearly, huh? I mean, like, you guys are, like, I get you both are on, like, opposing sides, but I'm pretty sure you're both, like, working for the you're both working for the truth, so I don't see why you wouldn't share information with him. I mean, for real. That looks like one of our tour issue headsets. Why are you wearing it, Fraulein? I thought it'd be cool. I could pretend I was at the concert security and stuff. Actually, we found it at the venue and thought you might want it. Oh, no, please, you can keep it. It goes well with your cape, Fraulein. You think? She does look like she belongs on stage, that's for sure. The Guitar Serenade. Might I ask, did you enjoy it? It's a lovely song. I got all teary-eyed. Ah, yes, the cursed song that turned a concert into tragedy, wasn't it? I was singing it for you, Fraulein. Whoa, that's so special. It was Lamar singing, actually. I am glad you were moved. It is that kind of song. Run out of snide comments. stereo. To me, life without music is inconceivable. It's such a loud music. Blah, 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 blah. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on a plate for later consumption. You're an idiot. Do you think a rock star could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call. That's why I'm asking about this creepy thing, object, whatever. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? This was found in Mr. Latouche's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? A small lump, about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's nothing much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it can be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Latouche was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fräulein. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia. But apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Latouche went through all that trouble to become a Lemoore state manager. Just to come to this country and to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lemoore. Perhaps she knows something about it, being in Virginia. I believe that covers everything I'm at the liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Airforehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about the strange lump of plastic. The one Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Airforehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them are simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fräulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. So he's my Pookie, is what you're telling me. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Oh, shit. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Before we do anything, let's look at this lump of whatever it is. Sample? Sample, huh? I think they put a big enough label on it Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yeah, they might think it was an otherwise tasty multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer. Sample toys when you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Either of you know where Lamar is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah? That's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamar's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Ooh, I hope she isn't dead. I hope she doesn't die, or I'll cry. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lamar went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help worrying about her for a little. Is she in here? No. She in here? Lamar? Lamar, are you in Lamar, where'd you go? You're scaring me. Is she on the stage? Oh no. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes! It was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lamar has. Well, that's all Lamar has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different? Like something changed? Oh, yeah, I see it. It's the fucking guitar case on the bottom left. It's closed. Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Oh, it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? I swear to fuck, if I open this and my waifu its dead corpse is right in here, I'm gonna fucking throw a fit, dude. Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before? Huh. I guess someone closed it. Wait. Look where the cage closes. Case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. I don't think it's... I swear to fuck. No! No! That's my Pookie! Eek! Lamar! Emma! We have to get Emma! Lamar was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Emma, how's Lamar? Is she okay? Ah, you. We owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck in the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her in the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. Homie, she's blind! How could she not see... Oh. Alright. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lamar! Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room... You were hit? I knew that very moment. I knew. That assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me that the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet, I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah. Darkness is my ally. It was a contrabass case. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That's where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see it. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow. It sounds like a really close call. How does she does she like memorize, like, she's blind. How does she memorize all the fucking like places? Was she a batter? Well, I mean, I guess that's what blind people are good at. If you knock one sense out, it enhances all the other ones. So you get super hearing. It's like Daredevil, except Daredevil is Daredevil blind? I thought I don't remember if Daredevil was blind. Yeah. Yeah, no, he is blind. I mean, I knew he was blind before, but I think I remember the TV show when they talked about it. It was weird. Anyways. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck on the high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that our Pookie Bear Darien is a little sus. I mean, he was heading to the concert after we had just left. Or the Coliseum. Step into the ring. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult. And probably a man. Could it be him? Why would anyone attack you, Lamar? The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. Ah, Lamar, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Latouche was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. I mean, you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of the Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Is it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Borginian. But it can only be found in Borginia. Is it Borginia? I think it's Borginia. I'm gonna say it's Borginian. Borginia. Because it's like Virginia, but like with a B-O instead of a V-I. Actually, you know what? That makes sense. And it's also kind of funny. It must only be found in Virginia. I gotta get used to saying it like that. For certain, all in Virginia know of this. It's a cocoon. So, do you get silk from it? I do not know the details. I am sorry to say. I thought she said all in Virginia knew about this. Virginia. There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Virginia knows. What's that? The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. Death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol is involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up. So that was what he was up to? Tracking down Virginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling. It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Virginia cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. So that's why they... Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latouche wasn't Virginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent. Which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Virginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latouche had Lamar marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamar. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Virginian. Apollo? Would you come with us, if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Maki, we came to talk to you about the case. Maki. Could you interpret for us, Lamar? Yes. Maki, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. We know the truth. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Maki, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well... Do you know what this is? Mr. Attorney, I don't need a translation to understand that. I know that wrong evidence is ever they imagined you would. Ugh, let's try this again. Okay. So we're thinking he doesn't. He's a fucking Englishman. Take that! Wrong evidence. Take that! The headset? No. All right, I gotta use my think brain. Let's see. Take that! I don't think it's anything new. Oh, it's the trigger. No. Huh. Do I show it the replica? God damn it. I fucking course. I should have figured that out when we brought it up with him or her, whatever. That took me way too long. That should have been guess one, honestly. Oh well. If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Maki, you didn't. Drusy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Amar, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. He asked you. Wait, do not be so hasty. Maki? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. It's a cure for incuratus. Incuratus? Okay. A cure for incuratus? But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. What even is incuratus? I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Maki? Maki, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15, and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. She said sort of. Oh, I have to have a copy of security tape, camera tape. Well, Maki, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Maki really did bring one into the country. Was he planning on making a deal for its sale? Yeah, I'll do it. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right. It's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? He wants to talk about... He wants to tell us about this is a Tuesday? This meeting is over. Oh, shit. Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call for Maki from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. I thought you were off the case. Why are you here? I honestly do not trust this man. Like, honestly, I do not trust him. I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say. Apollo! That can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow. In court. Fuck yeah, baby! I mean, he kind of made it obvious before when he was like, you know I'm not the one who did it, right? Right? But now like, while we're in the middle of while we're talking to him, he comes out of nowhere and says that he needs to be escorted to the Borginian fucking embassy or whatever. Like, twin. That's fucking sus as hell. Especially since he was put on a leave of absence, since he's a suspect. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Eek! What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Valiant Gremra! Oh wait, that was me. I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ooh, with Vanishing Act? Indeed. I would jump on an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand grammarier glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. Glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucia, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. He shouldn't seem happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. Mommy, my tummy hurts. Oh, go down a fucking thing of Tums or something. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Or go take a shit. Go to the bathroom and take your shit. You shit yourself, Luigi. The Big Illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things, but... oh, shit. Cutting up things, like people, or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So, he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Amara's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time I find the diamond. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30. Sorry for the inconvenience. What time is it now? Okay, huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again. Hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son was unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. If you care to read about it yourself. Oh shit, Incuratus syndrome. First case in country. So if Maki was in fact smuggling the cocoon, and it is a cure for Incuratus, he was trying to get the cure to the sun? Interesting. Incuratus? Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose that page with the funnies if you can. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. Incuratus syndrome, first case in country. Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again?
Maki Tobai, suspect fortissimo.
Right. It's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready to rock.
Is something wrong, Your Honor? No. Well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuratus, was it? That article said there is no known cure.
Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law.
Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX314206. My agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It was a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Just call his bluff already. Dude is guilty and a con artist. You say that about everyone. Wait, a voice now. It was him. I'm sure of it. It was him. The voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche. It was him. Mr. Blue. No way.
Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in this season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Everyone except you, Pookie.
You flatter me so.
Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges.
And your reason is?
Aren't you aware, Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamoire, and Maki, along with a drummer and a bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lemoire and the defendant, Maki Tobai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviniers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Sky, Emma Sky, mind you. And Apollo. You heard them too, right?
I sure did.
Furthermore, Lemoire herself witnessed the moment of the crime.
Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. Wait. What did he say before?
Lemoire witnessed the moment of the moment of the crime, or she heard it. When she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
That's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. What I want to... He does have an alibi during the shooting, but what was he doing before the shooting? Because he wasn't on stage during the second set, so... Who knows?
It appears the defense has no objection. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lamar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections...
Uh-oh, Apollo. If he declares a verdict now, Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamar might have been lying to protect Maki. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about the death of Mr. Lamar? His meeting is over. I've come to interrupt you right as you're about to get into the good shit. Maki was trying to tell us something. I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath.
Very well, the court finds the defendant... what was his name again?
Your Honor!
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice?
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness.
Exactly who else do you need to hear from?
A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English.
You don't mean...
I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tobai to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English!
We'll use an interpreter.
Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you, and where is the toilet?
I don't know about the I love you part, but the toilet part is important. You'll need to teach me some lines or something, bro. The defense would like to request Lemoire as the interpreter.
Lemoire! But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
Bravo, Forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lemoire lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lemoire the witness stand.
My boy's flopped on my desk. Yes, you floppy. You floppy kitty. You gonna eat me? You gonna bite me? No, you just gonna lick me? You lickaholic? Oh, you're such a furry baby.
I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lemoire.
Yes. He says Maki Tobai, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular.
So far, so good.
Very well. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honor?
Would what? You called the defendant to the stage, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What would I have him testify about? I haven't thought this far. Homie, come on, man. Apollo! Aren't you gonna ask him about what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment. If I might speak?
Yes, Lemoire.
Just now, Maki said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Maki wants to testify something? What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please. Ugh, the suspense is killing me. What? What? What?
Well, Lemoire?
According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise.
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is a vital testimony. Maki, please testify to the court.
Very well. Proof of innocence. He says the word of Mr. Latouche's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Okay, well, that isn't much evidence. I mean, like, that was a point that I brought up a while ago, but I don't think that alone is going to erase your fucking, you know, your speech, your whatever. Ooh, who's a pretty kitty? Who's a pretty kitty? You're a pretty kitty. Who's a pretty kitty? Yeah, you're a pretty kitty. All right.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, you would only have to ask Lemoire to know the meaning of that song.
Lemoire, did you ever explain the lyrics to that song to him? I did tell him, genuinely, what the song was about, but never never in so much detail. And he never asked.
Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? The moi might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Like hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. Oh shit, you can see his eyes? Let's fucking go. He's got cute eyes though. Look at this man. Oh, those luscious lips. All right. You think I didn't notice that? You think you're gonna hide from me just because you're wearing glasses, you stupid bitch? I saw you side glance.
Gotcha!
Take off your glasses right now! Do it! Maki. You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lamoire said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue the charade? Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Oh, yeah, but I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it on the paper. The newspaper? The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is it? What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes. They are quite fierce all of a sudden. Maki is lying. Maybe this time to show him proof that he's lying.
Take that!
I have here a Borginian newspaper. The Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Maki? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in the Borginian newspaper. I wonder what Apollo's eyes look like when he's like looking at using his bracelet. really what the fuck his bracelet even is. I don't know.
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes.
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was shut. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself.
So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them in this was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself.
Maki says, he says,
Yes?
It is true. I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard the lyrics from me.
What?
Is this true, Lemoire?
Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
So it looks like your forehead has been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
No. I was onto something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away.
Time is of an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well, witness.
I understand. You think you could lie to me? You think you can lie to me? Do I amuse you? Am I some sort of clown to you? Let me perceive this. Alright, let me see that neck of yours. Oh. Gotcha! What is this? I'm sorry. You seem to be fibbing! Lemoire. I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lemoire, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then, allow me to answer for you. Lemoire, you're protecting... Lemoire, you're protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemoire lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to.
Yeah!
Ah, so he said ach in English.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
First he could not. First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemoire?
No, I did not. This is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
This is...
Maki, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So, you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor.
Which would be right after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice.
Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Maki went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And when we came to the door...
Panel high up. I take off. Run away, run away.
So it was you who escaped through that air vent.
As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the crime. Might we take this as a confession?
He said that he did no shooting. He said he climbed up the air vent. He didn't say he shot the guy. No, he's clearly denied that he did.
I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is. What's this cocoon, anyways? Silk is potent cure. Sure. Okay, yeah. We've already read all this. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Maki, please, tell us the truth, for your own sake.
No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Applehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does not seem the defense or the defendant are at odds. Or it does seem the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed.
Apollo Eutis. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Believe, I know shooting.
Maki claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the floor when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap, and he walked right into it?
Suddenly, I hear revolver. Very close, very close. Then I hear voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard the shots? If that's true, so you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots, and you escaped through the air vent.
I know.
Huh? What do you know?
I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh. Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was an architect that designed the hall or something.
I hear this from magician.
Magician?
Don't look at me.
A magician, huh?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche.
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went to the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. You're so funny. Funny boy.
You're a funny boy! You make me laugh! Ha! Ha ha! Ha!
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Maki? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I go home for Virginia, the penalty, blah, 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 blah. Of course, he's scared. Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? If Maki won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk.
Very well. So will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around.
Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angle?
If Maki won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lemoire.
Lemoire?
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that your Lemoire's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can...
Lemoire was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lemoire dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What? I've heard no such report!
Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lemoire? Can you think of a reason?
Well,
think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think...
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something the killer doesn't want getting out.
so, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lemoire's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover.
Exactly.
If Lemoire was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lemoire's testimony once more.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go turn down the roast real quick. Turns out the roast was already turned up, so, or turned down. Turned down for what? Don't come back. Why don't you go fuck yourself, Gangstalicious, you little piece of shit, little stinky turd baby.
Lemoire, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak.
You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent, and I will do all I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots in the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. Hi, kitty. How's my pretty kitty doing? I got me an ice cream bar. Give me a second. Or an ice cream sandwich. Okay, Cat, do you mind? Get off my fucking deck.
Boy. Damn, boy, he's thick. Boy, that's a thick ass boy. Damn.
Alright, you're being rude. I'm gonna fuck you up. Kitty, move. I'm gonna toss you back on the bed, you stinky boy. That is correct.
At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. A small window at the scene was closed, and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet. But I do know there's something there.
There is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness could be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet, everything I have said here is the truth.
Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible.
Do I have to repeat myself? Lamar was attacked because of this testimony. What? Jersey? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. You know, if you give that cat a bath, your pussy wouldn't stink. I'd give him a bath. I gave him a bath a couple of months ago. You're not supposed to bathe your cat that often anyways. They clean themselves. Besides, Bo's actually been doing pretty good recently. He's been drinking a bunch of water now. I mean, he doesn't usually drink. He hasn't been drinking a lot of water that much recently. I don't know why. I think it might be because I think it's because he is frightened of the other cats. They just freak him out, so he doesn't really go outside my room very often, and the water in his bowl don't really do much for him, so he just doesn't drink a lot of water. But we got him a little fountain, and he's drinking it right now, so he's looking a lot better. I'm proud of him. Yeah. Your cat is a freak. He's a bit of a freak, isn't he? He keeps attacking my fingers. Rotten kitty. Go on, keep drinking.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness.
I missed the toilet paper ad, but it was there. Okay. Are you actually getting toilet paper ads from my fucking screen? That's awesome. Why didn't you tell anyone immediately?
Well, if it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens.
This may be besides the point, but Lamar isn't a citizen.
Do you pick what ads show up? No. I have no control of them. The only thing I control is the amount you get. I try to keep it as little as possible. What the ads might be, I have no idea. That's all based on Twitch. I think it's just a coincidence, but it's a really funny coincidence. Alright. I finished eating my ice cream sandwich.
Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Virginia as well.
It seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That's strange. Should she be hiding something? It is as you say, yet at the time... 6, 7... You were in a hurry. To go where?
I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said.
Why were you in such a hurry then?
Well, I do not think that has anything to do with this case.
It very well might. It very well might. Please answer the question.
Are you alright, Lamar?
Yes. Yes, I am just tired.
Remember what I told you yesterday, Avoid. Lamar suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further.
What? So we can dismiss the questions he thinks are too traumatizing?
Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah?
The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination.
Is something wrong? No, I said hold it. But she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue.
Now I know what they mean by the reckless youth these days.
The one in red over there is shining example there, Judge.
The last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar.
Hold it!
Darien Crescent. I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him.
Because the windows at the scene was closed. Is that why?
Of course.
Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. He's right. Maybe there's a different angle. Lemoire, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Oh, my memory is clear. I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
The shooter, then. Darien Crescent.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch. Now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche.
I thought it was strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
I mean, sure, I'd be delighted to. It's, very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo?
Objection!
Press the switch. Hurry up and solve the case, MF. Dude, stop yelling at me, bro. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words.
Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that would be called a switch, save the lights.
True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage?
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there, on the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lamar heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch?
It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, her forehead. I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the consort forum. The stage is quite far from Lamar's dressing room. Not to mention the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We weren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard.
Oh, really? Is that right?
The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout.
So, too, have their foreheads, cries of possibility fallen far short on being heard?
Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Shut the fuck up, we're getting to something. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you'd like evidence, don't you? Well, how about this? Using this would be easy to get a message from someone on the stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this.
Why, that's...
What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one on.
So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited.
The Mars said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram from the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage and the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet.
That can't be!
So when Lamar heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
Ha! You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket or carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating. I was sure this was the way to go with this.
What is this switch anyways? We don't even know knows that basic fact.
Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow the train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of it when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share with this Switch, this Nintendo Switch, are you saving, you pussy? Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see our evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this?
That's that.
What? That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. The phone looks like this. Igniter? You mean like it's a lighter? Yes, actually.
You aren't saying the switch is a remote.
I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom! Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire... Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself.
This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar was burnt. That was... Fuck me. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Virginia from... Lemoire. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it's just kind of smoke.
The better guitar, the brighter it burns. Forehead?
Yes.
Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two to get things together. Those being the voices Shooter heard by Lemoire. And the guitar suddenly catching on fire.
I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the Shooter were at the crime scene. The Shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught on fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? Seems pretty simple to me.
Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
A simple story simply makes no sense. Think. That night, my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
That's right, of course.
The guitar caught fire during... okay, I'm not gonna let you read that. Fuck you. During Lemoire's song. Indeed. The shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes. That must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See? This story makes no sense.
Are you sure about that? Cuts John Cena.
Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard the shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act.
Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us in his testimony, namely, that the victim had already been shot. We heard gunshots. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting.
This is insane!
Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. Next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that a guitar-triggered igniter, we know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act.
What?
Order! Order! But that goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honor?
The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, correct?
Yeah, hey, he's right. Look. Bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyways? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through.
with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason made it advantage to follow the lyrics.
You're saying the order was reversed on purpose?
Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin?
If the criminal follows the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet, our forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire.
Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think the shooting came after the guitar burst into flames. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way. Order! Order! That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song, but I question your logic. Or it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemoire have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamar's testimony is my entire case. That she heard the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. Once this crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemoire heard the voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice. You got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemoire heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think. How was Lemoire able to hear this voice? She was on stage, wasn't she? So maybe she heard it through, I don't know, maybe the earpiece. We'll see. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it. Had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through the window.
Ah, it is good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian, too.
As I was saying, Lemoire could not hear the voice through the window, so there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this?
You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and your good sense were back on speaking terms. Now, I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Lemoire clearly stated she heard the voice from that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene.
Are you sure? Think about it. Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamar heard the voice from another window. Shall we hear? Location. Mr. Justice, show us where that location is.
Lamar heard the voice through here. Here. This is where Lamar heard the voice from.
But that's no small window. That's the air vent. He's venting.
What did she tell us? She said she's Borginian. Unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window.
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lemra was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice?
That's the only logical explanation, yes.
Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Forehead.
Okay, well, what about it isn't logical?
Ha! It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamar be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course.
The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it? Isn't it, Lemoire? You have to be listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it. It had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Memoir, the small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What?
Order! Order! I will have order! Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up on the ceiling of the room and that you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you that this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Well, looks like I'm back on the right track. I thought it was because she was backstage. Because the vent connects to the backstage. So I thought, you know, maybe she heard it when she was on stage or some shit. I don't know. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I'd heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, eh? Yeah, Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pack may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above the ceiling for a reason. So, without a word, you just let the third act start, third set start. After the curtains close for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had just told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Sing without a voice?
If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lamar to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere.
Hold it!
Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps it's alright. It is just a name after all. It was Valand Gramarye. Perhaps you know him?
Valand Gramarye? What? You mean Uncle Valand?
What? Valand Gramarye? Who's Valand Gramarye?
A grand magician. The one responsible for the illusion performed during our set. Our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamar was bound to secrecy. It's gonna take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? God damn it.
Objection!
I'm thinking maybe... Okay, so, I mean, that does help a lot. But trying to figure out...
Objection!
Oh, okay, yeah. See, I was right, I just picked the wrong line. Lemoire, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here in this video. Oh. Look at that clavicle. As we can see, Lamar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Ah,
Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo?
What, Trissy? It's not nice to review a magician's secret. And it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice.
this is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There is only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Aha!
He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace the route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum.
Ah! Ah!
Recall Lamar's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
Lamar knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew.
What?
Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something.
I know if I open vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
He said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin?
I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea the route would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lamar to secrecy. Well, Lamar, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there is very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear conversation.
That is a good question. Actually, let me look at something real quick. She's missing. Okay. She's missing her brooch. Her brooch. See? So that's when she lost it. Which explains why it was there at the scene, is because she was in the vents. She was venting. She is among us. That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Yes?
It's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lamar was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Why do I get picked on? It's Lamar who isn't going along with the program here. True. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it'll be your job to wring the truth out from her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There was an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite sides of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say. The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much hope for the judge that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamar is saying and what we see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician, after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Alrighty. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand. Yeah? Who is a stagehand? What's his name? Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not all. Only a few that were needed to help. See? Like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick. What were these stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there... From there, one can enter the forums to the opposite side of the stage. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that's how it worked.
Not a bad show, if I do say so myself.
That's Uncle Valid for you. The old Grammy touch.
But on the video, you were gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible?
That's the part I don't get either. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds.
Hold it!
2 minutes? Yes, that could be done in 1 minute if you're running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit makes no difference to me. That's true, but...
So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip to the... in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Laura disappeared on the video for 20 seconds. She says she made it in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I bet the answer is right there on that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that could explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony?
Kitty, why are you being such a needy boy? Try to bite me. Quit trying to bite me, naughty boy. I don't fucking know, man. That bugs me, though. I don't know what that is. Like, light. I don't know if that's relevant or if that's just a graphics thing, but... Fuck! There is one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony. The bro. Lamar, do you happen to remember this bro? Oh, let's fucking go. That was just a guess.
Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not?
I found it at the scene, Your Honor.
And you're bringing up this now? Why? I thought we already had determined that
That was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't. Take another look at the video. I did point out that the pet is her brooch was missing. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
Let's look a little later.
What? The brooch! It's gone!
What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamar we see before the vanishing act and Lamar we see after are two different people.
Whoa. What?
The brooch was found on the floor at this crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamar, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin!
from your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case here, Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time.
So, I was right? There was a switch? There was.
Just before the stage towers rose, Lamar was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamar?
Why, the man behind the illusion. Valent Grimar. Grimray.
It was Grimar? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So, you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lamar is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They're just playing a recording.
The Gaviniers are some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein.
Oh? You mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemire.
Very well.
Yes. Do tell, and add it to your testimony. Do it.
I had to keep singing while I moved. Don't look at me. Chat, don't look. You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this. Why didn't I just do this to begin with? Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing? When everywhere I go is the same darkness.
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. There was a speaker above the door, so it's possible they would have heard her either way. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. Let's stay. Ah, I know what he means. The old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphone. Useful for knowing when your set is coming.
Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually.
So Lamar was singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lamar singing over the speaker.
Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice.
Lamar? I've just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse. So not many would notice.
Oh, that mixing board I lent you, where is it?
The mixing, huh? A machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. The song does stop there.
It does. I must have missed it.
Look at the lyrics sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again.
This is evidence indeed. I do believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamar's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescend could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set! Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turn around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamar's testimony.
Yes, is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Homie, did you not watch the videotape? Was the videotape not evidence enough that she skipped over a part?
Objection!
Or do you have no proof?
All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean...
Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darien Crescend must take the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on the case.
As a suspect, to be frank.
Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darien Crescend, get ready for justice.
This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and get ready by the time we begin.
I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
Wow.
Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamar's performance? Reason why she was in that air vent, and that switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believe in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Maki Tabai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're a but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darren Crescend. And won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all that proof? The brooch and the switch. A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar. Like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa. Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door just like a magician. Normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Let's go ahead and look at the burnt fragments.
Oh, the fragments.
So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, or one of those noisemakers, like you shoot off in New Year's. Did you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. That's a lot of peanuts, though.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination.
That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct?
Oh, I know, Herr Forehead.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Masenko.
Name and occupation, please.
Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviniers. Maybe you've heard of us.
Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today?
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation has changed, Darian, and don't call me partner.
So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial.
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemoire's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I've got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. The Dave is lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyways? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
So you claim Lamar's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just 'cause she's blind.
You go too far, Darien.
Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a real reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. He didn't waste any time finding the weak spot. I can't do this with Lamar's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. I'm gonna finger paint this guy. You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself.
Darien wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her.
Ugh. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Lamar's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him. I'm sure of it. Just can't prove it. And I need proof. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lamar got the same excuse then.
We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those gunshots were actually gunshots. Those sounds were actually gunshots. Son of a bitch.
Maki heard them too. Remember, he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them. So, how do we figure out what those gunshots... just what those gunshots during the third set were? Probably the firecrackers. Fun fact, Darien is a real name of Persian origin. I don't know what a Persian accent sounds like, so I just gave him an Aussie one.
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device.
That's the remote trigger igniter.
Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker.
Huh? How did Gavin know about this?
What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning, before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Garion as a witness in today's trial. Just in case.
This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You've got an active imagination, don't ya? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So, you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off, right when two witnesses came walking by. Ha! That's right. Darien was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest, and there's no one out there to hear, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this?
You may not look it, but Garion is a gifted detective. Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it.
You may not look it, partner, Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set.
Something odd?
A headset. The kind all the band and staff members were wearing.
That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to the dressing room.
What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed?
And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Pfft. Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides on a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I have a question for you.
Huh? For me?
The igniter and the burnt fragments were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sounds of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots were heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case.
The other half? Look, I'll just tell them. I want you to prove the things went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin?
Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. Better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven.
You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? Because I am.
Fun fact, in Japanese, romaine lettuce is named Roman lettuce. It's literally just pulled from a recipe book the director read once.
That sounds about right. See? Look at that. Easiest game of my life. Okay. Let me think here. No. I'm just kind of spitballing at this point. I'm using my think brain.
I shouldn't do that very often. If I get the next one, I'll keep it, because it's kind of dumb.
Objection!
The switch? No.
Objection!
Not the guitar either.
Objection!
No, it's not any of these. Fucking shit! What would be definitive proof? Shooting took place during the second set. It's not any of that.
Objection!
God damn it. I don't know what else it could be.
Objection!
Not the gun. I'm just throwing evidence every so often just to see what I can find. No, because it doesn't follow it. It doesn't follow it. Wait. Whoa! Whoa! There it is!
Objection!
Holy shit! I figured it out, bitch. Oh my gosh, it seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamar's song. A song? What exactly is this, device thing? Dude, we just showed this a second ago. Come on, man. A new variety of gramophone, perhaps. Come on, we just used this. Don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You remove the slider to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately. Lemoire's voice included.
Oh-ho! But
What does this prove? According to Lamar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song.
Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots.
Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage?
Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets.
Oh.
We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamar's headset would have picked up what she heard all this time.
Let's get to analyzing the recording right now.
Lamar stopped singing. And she fired. Find that spot, and I'll find the gunshots. Boop. 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 Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Luminar's voice.
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake.
I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamar's testimony was true.
Grr.
Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard.
It was the mother man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
Detective Crescend, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't there two bullets fired from this weapon?
Lamar was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must have been close enough to hear for her mic to catch the first shot. But then she passed over the dressing room. The gun fired again, and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent...
Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Void. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Achtung! My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted.
That's his motorcycle, by the way. He's not talking about his wang.
My guitar was burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead! And then there's that performance just now. What was that all about?
This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian! I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well,
You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon. Mr. Latouche's 45 caliber hand cannon. Someone keeps disconnecting the fucking controller. As we have learned, even the... As we've learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The pimp named Kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. If you're an amateur.
Wait. You mean his playing was affected because...
Stop interrupting me.
You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something.
Yes,
Are you done? Can I continue? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur.
The standard firearm issued to a police officer is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche,
Which suggests that there was a Thought I saw something.
which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent!
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Kevin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please. Detective Crescent, tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. No, this was that diva's first trip into this country, right? How could I possibly know a manager? I didn't even know him. Why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been in our country before?
According to our records, yes. Not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great, now I need to find a motive. So now I need to find a link between the victim and him. That shit ain't it, Chief. That shit ain't it. Son of a bitch. How could I possibly know a manager? This is his first team. How could I possibly have known a manager? I didn't even know him. Why would I want to kill him? You got a long ass fucking fingernail, cuh. You're gonna be trimming those in prison. I don't get to say. What am I thinking? Time for more spitballing. Let's fucking go. Ah! Okay, there we go. I was like, maybe it's the cocoon. Maybe this is all about the cocoon, bro. It's all about the bloody cocoon. Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescend. Ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? I've seen one that color.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else.
All right, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latouche. Does it?
It does. Wait. I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind you can make, well, out of silk?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is the most effectuous at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy out from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got into the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's exports, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol.
Right! The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. But that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm at International Affairs, I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover.
You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something. I'm gonna find out what. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection.
Maybe we could get him to cut his hair too.
Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing. Don't even try to mess with me on this stuff. Which is why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to,
Down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least not on the case of these cocoons. International Affairs, Interpol, and Borginian of Customs are all watching.
See? We know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word like that diva says. Why, I oughta. Oughta what? You want some of this?
Chill, both of ya. Let's do this cool, yeah?
Ugh, screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. That has to be the key of his motive.
Son of und bitch.
That memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons plan this. Just how well are these known of these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I've never heard of them. Well, Lemoire knew about them, but though none of their use.
My reports indicate there are ongoing efforts to control information about these cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all.
Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all.
You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. Well, that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. So there are other Interpol agents, like Mr. Latouche, all over the world, likely.
Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that... There we go. That's what I fucking, yeah. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my case to goodbye. Why sell to the black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article. That's about the Chief Justice's...
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuratus.
Incuratus? I've heard of that somewhere.
I went to visit a victim of the disease this morning.
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has! You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband?
Not even to save his own son's life.
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal!
That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck in the line would be Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps, so they're worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
I'm the smarty pants. Actually, there is one way. Whoa. One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it.
Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office?
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamoire.
How did it end up here?
I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night. And she made a present of it. Wait, hold on a second. Let me look at something real quick. Because I remember pointing out that shiny fucking... Okay, never mind. I don't know what the fuck.
This guitar is from Virginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in the Lamar Studios. I use special shipping service available for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched?
Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borgine. Yeah. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was...
With a cocoon this small, it would have been enough to fit. To use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work?
Good memory, Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
A broken device?
Yes, this in fact.
An igniter!
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing attached to inside your guitar? You mean...
He means this, of course.
Ah!
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They would use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band?
York!
Like New York.
Order! 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 So, the igniter.
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems.
It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Ah, Air Forehead. At last, it all comes together.
Every strange thing that happened today. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of...
First,
What do you say? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamar's ballad, if you please.
First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor. Which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case.
The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah!
Mr. Lotus, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself.
If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. Sova, press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died.
With Lamore there to witness it.
There's your case. Brilliant, man!
Detective Crescent?
I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly?
For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian.
The Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True, you haven't.
Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamar heard proves it. press the switch now. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it, the coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then, after he saves his game like a pussy. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tobai.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client!
A defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. Burt. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lemoire?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemoire was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamar still could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was moved. Prosecutor Gavin and Lamar were in the air. They were on the tower, which happened to be 15 feet tall. Part of the stage was raised. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamar's position in the air vent.
Ah!
Well, Detective Crescend, what do you say to that? Your Honor?
Yes, Detective?
Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time.
Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me his way out of this. Yeah, nice try, bitch. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly are we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all.
Why are you not singing Give Me My Money Back?
What the fuck are you talking about? Can you explain for us non-musicians? Wait, hold on. Let's get the mixing board. Out.
Okay, I don't hear anything. Okay, I have no fucking idea. I was trying to listen to the fucking music so I could see if I hear the little flaming thing. Also, I appreciate you guys in chat saying so much meaningful shit like riveting gameplay and then this shit sucks. Like you're adding anything. You're not adding anything. You're so fucking cool. You're such a funny little boy. You pop in randomly and you're over here. You're being like, this shit sucks. Where were you this entire stream, huh? Where were you? You weren't here! You just arrived! So quit your bitching!
Love you.
Anyways, let's go back to the game. Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that Inada. That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press the switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take a listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? No, but you can see the guitar like literally cooking in the inside. What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it? Yeah, how's he supposed to hit the switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva. What? But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Look. Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. The switch was found in the piano. So, and when we play, and then when we played the piano, you heard the switch click. The piano plays non-stop, but you can still see it igniting. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well. It's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something odd about the performance there. Odd? I think I heard the guitar say "kill John Lennon." No. Mr. Justice, if Maki Tobai didn't press that switch, then he could not have been the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. They've got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire. But The pianist didn't press the switch. In other words, your story is full of holes.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Maki Tobai the accomplice? Your answer will reflect everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Maki's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one that could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed the switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. Ugh. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something odd about that performance there. Not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? Oh, I'm about to... Guess what? We're looking at the fucking mixing board again, you little dick shits. You little bitches. Remove. Okay.
It's gotta be around here. It's gotta be the audio recording. It's gotta be it. I just don't know where the thing is.
May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove that Maki Tobai pressed the switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Maki Tobai pressed the switch? Can you prove it? Prove it to me. Prove it right now while your chat is bitching about you by playing the same sound over and over again. It's so funny.
I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us the evidence supporting this. Forehead, if you're sure about this.
Ha! Accept it. There is no evidence, man. What's your evidence?
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's listen to the piano around the part when the switch was supposed to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame.
I hear a piano being played.
But doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Maki could have played that part with one hand?
One hand?
He only needed one hand to press that switch. Okay, that wasn't at all what I thought was it. I thought it was in the piano, but whatever. Could have played the piano with the other. Ha! What? So you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no.
Then what do you know?
You can't play a part like that with one hand. Ugh. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father. He's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry. So sorry. How's that for you? Reem, I tried joining the official Discord, but it says I'm already in it. What do I do? I guess you just have to live with the fact that you're stuck. You're stuck within my fucking server forever. No, not really. But, yeah? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't! I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. But how do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way.
Well, it seems we've come for the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. I'm gonna fart in your mouth.
What does he mean? What does he mean when he said... what does he mean he was playing with one hand? He means with one hand he was playing the piano, and the other hand he pressed the switch button. To blow up Malaysia.
Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the car burst into flames!
Monkey was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar got fired. One section of the song proves it. Man, I don't fucking know. Man, this shit sucks. I heard it, it was off key. That?
That's the section. I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion? God damn it.
Wait, Bay. No, 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 no. Just need to find the place to compare that. Your Honor, if you give me one more chance, I can find it.
Okay, I guess we...
Is it this one? Well, I can't fucking figure it out. But... Oh, there it is. So wait, let's listen to that actually. So if it's the first section.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, now I heard like a couple of single notes there. Alright, there you go. Just what that sounded odd to you.
As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Airfall.
Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. Yep. Okay. There you go. Man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot. In the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace."
Ah! Play verse 2 again.
There. Did you hear that? Did you smell that?
They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different.
What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You could have used two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time.
Not this time, Darian.
There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That is what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourselves why Maki changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Good. He's gonna lose his hair if he keeps dangling it on that. Shake that thing.
Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes at a terrible disappointment.
What? No comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter.
Good show, slaves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You can tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing.
Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Forehead.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence.
Yeah, but the facts. Anyone could see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under the current legal system.
I don't believe it.
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh. I think if he did, we'd already been seen it a long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said?
It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system.
So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin?
Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry. That's why. That provides the best sound.
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning.
What?
Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What? And this igniter's supposed to come burn me up. That's almost poetic. There, Mr. Attorney.
All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one to the very end.
Forehead, you're accusing this man, Darien Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, it is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then, let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darien Crescent.
Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darien Crescent's plan is...
don't know about evidence. It's possible that a witness could do it, but... Alright. Let's give this a shot, I guess. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Are you done being an asshole now? Stop wasting my fucking time! Ah, so what is? It is true I couldn't show decisive evidence. But perhaps I needed to prove my case was something else.
You mean a witness?
Proving his guilt is a tall order. But I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Crescent's guilt? It's his guilt. Who can prove it? Prove his guilt.
Take that!
The one person who could prove Darian's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tobai.
Your client? Again? What the fuck? We just... No!
Maki Tobai was our accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted the smuggle to that cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so?
It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn the cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar.
Aha! Very scientific of you.
Thus, if Maki Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempt smuggling of the Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with the cocoon smuggling. What's this all about?
Taking cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law.
See? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking... But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
What?
It's the other way around. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure the news has already reached Virginia.
And so likely broadcast our dealings in the court today, including the part about Borginian cocoon.
Yeah, but... But if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki Tobai. Ugh. A cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Maki Tobai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion? Real nice.
You want a house made of cookies? Or no, a house made of pianos? Come on. Please! Don't take! Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Oh no, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk? You'll tell this court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime.
Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I knew it. From beginning, I knew it. Maki. Situation. Cannot explain, but money. I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. It is the golden rule, however.
It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Maki Tobai? Yes. I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And, with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Ah! I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maki Tobai, not guilty. Under the milky twilight. Court is adjourned. Now get that limp-haired fool over here. Beat his ass! I wonder what'll happen to Maki. Well, he did smuggle Cocoon out from Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. My, is there something wrong? I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my son. For even now, I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil, I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again?
It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I fear that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. She is the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you. I promise.
Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamar.
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Right, but for what? You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I'm gonna save this fucking game just in case. I hope that we will meet again someday soon.
You bet. Me too. Yeah. Yeah.
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end. Thanks to the trial, the Guitar's Serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Yay! We beat the game! And by beat the game, I mean we beat this fucking case! Okay. Good grief. Oh my gosh, that was painful. But we did it. We solved the case. And now, I'm gonna end the stream because I'm fucking tired. My throat is killing me. Okay. Holy shit. You could probably hear it when I was talking as the judge earlier. Holy shit. Anyways, thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'll be doing a makeup stream tomorrow. Probably. I'll probably be playing something else. Who knows? But until then, I will see you guys then. And then on Monday, I'll be back on Duel Links. So yeah. Good night, everyone. Good night.